along 2 blocks from one area.
Yeah.
It took 3 minutes to get to the library, and they walked 2 blocks, and then they figured out they picked it up like at 10 minutes till 10. They didn't go for the whole thing. We got back in 3 minutes, and I'm like, no way.
I went down to Market Square one night to
Cover my grade. Perfect, right? Yeah. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, I love
have
crowds.
dedicated lanes for them
Yes.
to drop off and pick up. That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
And then plus by parking.
No, we found it because we got down there early, but we found a parking space on the street item. We didn't have to pay, but people were paying $30.
It looks good.
Parking.
Yeah, I love crowds. I just don't like getting there.
I know.
You know.
So, anyway, to be honest with you, I'm glad Fiesta's over.
All right.
We ready? All right. Good evening, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today's Tuesday, May 6th, 2025, and it's approximately 6:30 in the evening. And as you can see, we do have a quorum. We have 4 of the 5 council members present this evening. Mr. Compost is out of town and is excused, or he will be excused at the next meeting. I've asked Council Member Benny Martinez to please lead us in the pledge, so if you'll please stand and join him. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You bet. All right. Agenda item number 2 is citizens to be heard. Any citizens in our chambers that would like to, or visitors who would like to address the council on any issue, usually not on the agenda because you can speak at each agenda item, please come forward, state your name and just generally where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Good evening, Kathy, and welcome. Yes.
Now it's on.
There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Good evening, citizens. My name is Kathy Hill. I live at 6326 Mary Jamison Street. And tonight I'm here on behalf of the Leon Valley Historical Society, wanting to just make sure that everybody knows that we have a Homestead Under the Stars fundraiser on Saturday night. It's a barbecue dinner with a brisket dinner from our friends at El Monte Barbecue, live music, refreshments. It's a really fun, just nice evening to be outside and enjoy the spring weather and the local residents and the Historical Society. And we are raising money this year to replace our barn roof. The roof and decking is, well, at least dates back, at least the corrugated metal dates back to sometime probably in the 30s or 40s. So it's time to replace that. And so tickets that are purchased for that night will help us to do just that. And I have information here, but you can also go onto our website or find us on Facebook and get more information that way. Thanks a bunch.
And it's 6:30?
6:30 to 9:30 at the Huebner Onion Homestead with police assistance at the crosswalk.
So
Yes.
people can park up here.
They can park here
Okay.
at City Hall and they can get cross safely at the crosswalk.
Okay,
Yes.
very good.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Just be prepared to be outside. The inside of the homestead will be open. The living room will be open if you want to come and see. We'll have an exhibit on display.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
you.
Appreciate the information. All right. Good evening, Lynn. How are you?
Joseph,
Uh-huh.
Canterfield. I just want to piggyback on what Kathy said. A lot of you probably don't know what kind of changes have been happening in the Huebner Onion House, and I'd really like for people to come out and see what things we've done. It's got more of a museum feel to it now. We've been given 3 glass cases, wooden cases, that we were able to put a lot of the artifacts in there. They've been archived, and we have a lot of the pictures of the Onion and Huebner families. We have some of the furniture. It's just in the front living room. It's taken us this long to get all the code that is required to allow people to come into that area. So anyway, I just wanted to, y'all come on out and see what's new with it.
Okay, will do. Thank you so much for the invitation. All right, anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one, then we will go then to presentations, which is agenda item number 3. Presentation, discussion, and direction to staff on the repurposing of the Leon Valley Community Pool Facility. We have Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Council. So the question is, what amenity or no amenity should be installed at the Leon Valley Community Pool Facility, which is the one over off that you see from POS, but it's actually 6600 Strawflower Street. And the council had asked me to get some prices for dog park, pickleball. You could also pick a different amenity. You could leave it vacant. This is at the council's discretion. So the council decided to demolish the pool and the concession stand, but reuse the equipment over at the Forest Oaks Community Facility. Gave us a budget adjustment to fill in the pool areas. We've already started on that. We've taken up the concrete decking that's all the way around it. We're waiting on CPS to remove the meters so that we don't get electrocuted when we go poking holes in the pool. The lot will then be vacant because we'll fill it up and can be repurposed for some other park amenity. And as I said, you'd asked for some cost for a dog park and what the cost for a pickleball court would be. So this is our existing budget adjustment that we got the last time. That's going to be used to do the work that we're doing right now. If you want to do a dog park, we estimated it at $15,000. So the total would be that, but you did get donated $20,000 from one of the developers to develop a dog park. So it just depends on how many amenities you really want in there. It's already fenced, it's already got bathrooms, it's already got water, and it's got beautiful shade trees. And this is what the concept would look like. So there would be 2 parks, one for big dogs and one for small. The restroom facilities would be right here, so you can see the shade trees. And then it would have things like benches and tunnels and tubes. It's really up to the council as to how much you want to put into it. The other thing that you could do, too, is just put in benches and then put in, like, dog weigh stations and then add an amenity every year. So you wouldn't have to spend very much money to do that. Mm-hmm. For a pickleball court, you're looking at a 60 by 60. In-house work, like we said, that's already been budgeted and approved. So the court estimate was at $62,500. And so this is what that would look like. You still end up with shade trees, and you would still have the restrooms here, and then these would be the pickleball areas. If you decided not to put a pickleball court there, but you really wanted to maybe put it somewhere, this is how many you could fit into the Raymond Rimkus Park tennis courts. So you could stripe it for pickleball, keep it as tennis courts as well, so it would be a dual-use court. The problem with pickleball court over off of Strawflower is that it's right next to a residential area, and pickleball is very loud. You could also restripe the Forest Oaks pool tennis court facility and have pickleball courts there as well. So we don't have a recommendation. This is all at the council's discretion.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How large of an area are we talking about for a dog park? How many? Is it an acre or? I don't have no idea.
It's the entire fenced-in area over at that pool. So just that, not the vacant land next to it.
Okay, but is it like a half an acre? I mean, how big is it?
I think it's an acre.
Oh, it's an acre. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so and I read that you wanted to split it into large dogs and small dogs.
Most of the people that we polled when we were doing the polling for the Park Commission stated that they wanted to have a separate small dog, separate large dog.
Very good. All right. Very good. And tunnels are for the dogs to play in.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. All right. So Mr. Roscoe and then Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. C, don't we have this item on the retreat schedule?
So it's I have it in the capital. I currently pinned it, if y'all remember the capital presentation I gave y'all. I did put money in there for a dog park. And I think I put in the $46,000 in the capital budget for the dog park. We just needed to know, because we're preparing for the budget, what y'all want to do with that. And so if you want me to put it in the capital budget for next year, again, we do have $20,000 that was given by a developer. So we could just go up. You can give me the authorization to go up to that $20,000 for that. But y'all may not want a dog park here. Y'all might want to send out notifications to the surrounding neighborhood. You may, another idea Melinda came up with is a community garden. It's a quiet use. And we get a lot of use of the community garden where it's at. And so, that could be another use. I don't want to pigeonhole y'all, but these were the two options y'all gave to us to go get quotes on. A community garden, I would anticipate, wouldn't be very expensive either.
No, and also when we did that park survey, excuse me, remember the highest ranking things were dog park and pickleball.
Right.
I'm for the dog park. Can
You're
I
for
go
the dog.
retrieve something?
You sure may. Go right ahead. All right, 3 minutes to retrieve something from the car. All right. Yes. Okay. Okay. Start the timer. Yeah. Okay. Councilor Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so thank you, Melinda, for putting this together. My question is on restriping. If we were to restripe the Raymond Memphis Park tennis courts, did we get a cost for restriping? I mean, the courts are there, so it'd just be
It would probably be about 20,000.
20,000 to restripe it. Okay.
It's really not restriping, it's putting pickleball striping.
Right, it's different. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for clarifying. And does that include the net, the pickleball nets
Yes.
also, because they're shorter, different, right? We talked about that before, I think. So at first I looked at the picture and I was like, oh, there's two options. And then I realized, oh, it's a different location. So, but I thought they both look nice. That looks nice, the pickleball courts and I was thinking it might be better than the dog park there, but to the point of there's neighbors right next to it. I don't know what's worse, the people screaming at pickleball or the dogs?
The dogs barking. Yeah. Exactly.
But
Okay.
yeah, I'm kind of good either way.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, Miss Councilor Heil.
Before anything's done or decided, do you check with the neighbors what they would like?
That would be up to the council, yes.
I think that would be a good idea. I'd like to know if you're going to have a pickleball court or a dog park by my house.
Okay. Well, I like the pickleball at the Forest Oaks pool for some reason. That is a very underutilized court. There's hardly anybody. I never see anybody on that court. So
Yeah,
I thought,
one group of dedicated
I've seen people a
tennis
few times
players.
play.
yeah, but not like the court at Raymond Memphis. They
Correct.
play
People play
all the
tennis
time.
more often
Yes, yes, exactly. So anyway, but I understand. But I like Betty's idea to pull the neighbors.
Just
Yes,
to
sir.
add on to your point, Mayor, so my thought of having it at where the pool was
Mm-hmm.
off of POS was you could see it and you could advertise and say, hey,
Yeah.
there's pickleball. And you could do the same thing here at the Forest Oaks pool. You could put a banner and say pickleball available, right? So that would be, I think, the benefit of that. Whereas if you put it in the park, a lot of people aren't going to see
I'm
it.
going to see it. Yeah.
Well, and we have professional tennis players that play at Raymond Rimkus Park on that tennis court.
Okay.
And that might irritate them.
Probably.
I've been at pickleball courts, I guess you'd say, and they also, this was at the Port Aransas when I was there a couple of years ago, and they actually provided the nets and the paddles and the balls. Is that something that
We don't
or does
have-
everybody bring their own? I mean,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
would
know.
probably bring
Okay.
their own. I mean, if you wanted to, we could actually turn this one into a dedicated pickleball court. And that way the nets could be permanent.
I see.
I don't have a good way of a rental program.
I
You know,
see.
checking something in, checking something out, making sure they brought it back, making sure it's not damaged. We
It would
don't have the,
disappear.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sorry, one thing I've
No
seen,
problem.
you've probably seen it too, as a lot of places when they have multiple courts, they'll have like a caddy there where you put your paddle in to save your spot, like in line, because if there's like 3 or 4 people waiting, then they say, oh, this is the number 1, number 2, number 3 slot, and I'm sure they sell those online. So it'd be stuff like that you could do. But yeah, I think most people that play probably buy their own equipment. You know, the paddles are
Right.
fairly cheap and the balls, and just have to have a net and a place to play.
Okay. Did you find something, Mr. Orozco, that you wanted to share with us, or? Hello. He's back. I just didn't. Did you have something that you wanted to share with us?
No.
Okay. Very good.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
All
I
right.
just,
No, that's
I was
okay.
going with the dog park.
Okay.
And since we already got, how much, Melinda, $20,000 in there?
The dog
yes,
park.
sir.
And so we're almost halfway with that and without any more expenditures.
You would only be 5,000 short, and that's if you really wanted to deck it out. You know, we could stop at 20,000, no problem. You've already got the fence. All we'd have to do would be to cross fence it to keep the, small and large
All dogs.
apart. So you're probably looking at about $7,000 for that, $7,500 to put a cross fence in there. And then it's just the dog waste stations and the toys.
Okay.
Benches.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm leaning towards the dog park
Okay.
at this
I am as
location.
well.
Okay. All right. And Betty's saying no. And
Dog park for me. Who's going to clean it up? There's a lot of cleaning to do.
They're self-regulating. When you get a lot of people in a dog park, you get shamed if you don't pick up your dog's feces.
Okay. Let me just open it up to anyone in the chambers. If you have a question, a comment that you'd like to share with the council, please come forward. And good evening, Miss Chasen.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I want to speak about the dog park. Many of you have met Dr. Mike Bunning at my home, and I discussed it with him as of tonight. And he discussed it. He does volunteer work at ADL, different place.
I'm sorry, at where?
Animal Defense League.
Okay. You said ADL. I was just, okay, thank you.
And other places. He donates his time. He's near retirement. And the consensus is people dump dogs at the dog park. I sent Ms. Heil an article about a gorgeous English bulldog that was left in a park. And people left it because it was a purebred. And they figured somebody for sure would come back for it. It almost died. You have residents that live right in the area. If they own dogs, let's say some dog gets dumped and the people run off, whether you have cameras there or not to enforce and go after the people that dump. The point is, if that dog gets dumped, it's going to bark. And if you're an owner of a home within a couple blocks, your dog's going to start barking. You're going to have a whole neighborhood of barking. It's going to disrupt it for the neighbors. It's not fair to them. I'm not in favor of a dog park for that reason, for parvo and how it's spread after the rain from the dog poop that goes into the ground that comes back up with the rain. You have no way of knowing if the dogs are vaccinated. You don't believe that people are always going to pick up after their dog, even when you have cameras at your house and you see people walking their dogs and the dogs do it and they don't pick it up. There's no shame there, right? For that reason, for aggressive dog behavior, a lot of people will bring their dogs to dog parks. This is from Dr. Mike. And hopefully want to socialize their dogs at the detriment to other owners and dogs. Because the aggressiveness, they figure if they socialize them, maybe they'll get used to it and lose that aggressive behavior. It doesn't work that way. And if you have children, and the children are playing in the dog park, what guarantee do you have that one of those dogs is not going to attack a child? And then are we going to have police there? Who's going to check to make sure everybody's up to date on vaccinations? It's just for a multitude of reasons. I am definitely against a dog park.
Okay, thank you
Plus,
very
we have
much.
them in the nearby area, not far. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do appreciate them. Yes, Maria, good evening and welcome.
Maria Gamboa, Forest Meadow. You know how I feel about people leaving their dog's mess there. But you know what? We were in Santa Fe not too long ago, and we stayed in the Hilton. Not too far from the Hilton, it's a big casino and stuff, and so we stayed in one of their retreat places. It was really nice. It was exclusive. It was really, really nice. They had a dog park. So I thought, oh my, this is a nice place. They probably clean up, after them stuff. We took our dog down there. It was so nasty. We couldn't leave our dog there. And Dr. Meir, our Leon Valley vet, I take my dogs there. And he told me when I had my dog, the little one, when I had the little one first, he told me, don't take him to the dog park. And that's what I have to say. That's something that you need to think about. If it was a nice place that we went to and stayed in a nice retreat place, and they didn't pick it up, and it was a beautiful dog park, but it was so nasty, we couldn't stay. We had to get our dog out of there because I didn't want my dog to get sick. Okay, just something to think about.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I also thought that if you don't do it in the neighborhood, because I would think it would be bad in the neighborhood, what about that area that's, how you have the park, and then there's that one little hut that's right next to it. You know, and a lot of people picnic there too. It's in front of that house with that fence. Maybe that would be an idea to have it there, and then you don't have it in the neighborhood. No
Okay.
smells.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the comments. Yes, Kathy has a dog. Sunny, how are you?
I do, and unfortunately, my dog is not a good candidate for dog parks because the other dogs all want to rush her when she comes to the gate, and it really scares her. And so she's never gotten over that. So I don't take her. I have seen other dog parks where, in order to get access to the park, you have to show your animals every year proof of their vaccinations in order to get a key. That is good for 1 year in order to be able to get into the dog park. But and there are some ways you can mitigate against the sound, but I know that the neighbors in that neighborhood were not happy when some other ideas were presented for park use, and so I have a feeling that they would not be very happy with a dog park. I thought we had talked about over by the baseball, like by Northwest Little League at one point. Perhaps that's too close to Hebner Creek. I don't know.
Floodplain.
I would like to see us have a dog park for the residents who want one. I think there's some ways that we can mitigate to kind of, make it a safer place and make it a cleaner place for the pets. Maybe we bring something else back, like the chess idea, like people playing chess and checkers in the park, and I love that.
Right.
So anyway,
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, yes, Mr. Blackmore, good evening and welcome.
Richard Blackmore, Leon Valley. I just want to say, I'm in favor of the dog park. Came before the council, 5 years ago? I'm surprised we didn't do it 5 years ago. Now, what I object to right now, to a pickleball court and a dog park right now, spending a lot of money, when we need a maintenance facility for our maintenance people. We need an annex to our library. We need to fix up the Leon Valley pool. I would suggest we pool that money and build that facility for maintenance. Now, I'm all for a dog park. You put it wherever you want to. Should have been done 5 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackmore. All right. Yes,
That's a
Mr.
good
Roscoe.
question, Dr. Cardetta. The monies that are allocated, the $20,000, can they be moved for another venue? No. So we're locked in for a dog park for the $20,000, whether we use it or not.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Because they got some really good points. Thank you.
Yeah, so we did look at, just so the audience knows, this isn't a new topic. Dog parks isn't a new topic. We looked at Raymond Ricketts Park. We did look, one of the council members a couple of terms ago would have liked it in Raymond Ricketts Park. There wasn't enough space to put a dog park there that wasn't in the floodplain. So every time, y'all have been in the park, it would wash all that equipment away. There's not flood-proof dog equipment. That's why the children's playscape is placed where it's at, because it doesn't get as much floodwaters there, but we have that flood at least once a year where all the mulch and stuff comes out of the playscape, and Public Works has to go and push it back in. And so there's not really a place in Raymond Ricketts Park to put a dog park that won't have the fencing wash away or the equipment that's in there wash away. We talked about maybe looking at Shadow Mist, but the community over there, when they did the park survey, didn't want a dog park back there. That was supposed to be like a skate park, and some other amenities over there. We could poll the neighborhood, if you'd like, within 200 feet of the area and see what they have to say. But they're probably going to say the same thing. I mean, they're not going to want it. Nobody wants anything in their backyard. The pool that was there, we try to look at the volume, right? So in the peaks of the summer, it's a high volume usage right now. I mean, you have kids screaming, running, playing, already. I don't know. I mean, dog barking is a different tone, but I would assume, like, as far as decibel volume, that it would be pretty close to, maybe I'm wrong, could be pretty close to the same kind of use. I mean, just kind of that point if that's something you want to do, but you could certainly poll the neighborhood if that's something y'all want to do. We can send out letters to 200 feet if y'all would like to do that.
Well, I'm not sure.
Well,
I mean,
neither am I.
It's
they got some
200
very
feet is not-
valid points.
200 feet's not very far.
Again, we can discuss it in a retreat.
I think we ought to just table it for then.
Yeah,
And I'd like to get some more information. I've got a dog park right downtown next to our office that's run by the city of San Antonio, and I don't know. I haven't, heard any complaints about that, but I'd like to call the city of San Antonio and see what concerns they have. It's the Madison Square Dog Park. It's right there by Baptist Memorial. So.
Themselves invest in dog parks. They're not going to come with a variety list of part of their park system. So, I mean,
And
there
there
are pitfalls to anything. There's pitfalls to having the play skates for the kids at Raymond Ricketts Park. I have a neighbor that calls that the kids are laughing too loud on the swing. They call it every year, every summer, a couple of times a year, that the kids are too loud in the park. So, there's people that aren't going to want the use in their backyard. So
I understand.
It's just one of those things. But we can certainly wait for the retreat. We were just trying to get the information.
All right.
To you and budget.
Councilor Martinez has something to say. Go ahead, please.
Well, first, I thought it's been several years ago when Councilor Stevens was on the council. He worked out a deal with Google Fiber, and they were supposed to build the dog park over on that road where the baseball are going to the baseball field, and that never amounted to anything. It's Google Fiber never built their hut for their equipment, but it's my understanding that the person that donated that $20,000 for the dog park would also said that it could be used to build kennels to house our stray dogs and stuff in Public Works.
So we got the kennels already. The contract clearly states dog park.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, yes, Frank. Good evening and welcome.
How you doing?
Yes.
Frank Gonzalez.
Frank Gonzalez, yes.
Yeah, buddy. I'm all about numbers, right? Just to get it straight, the 20,000 was only for the dog park, right? That's only for that. And my thing is, and how much was it to prepare it? 50?
No, 34,000. So we've
already paid that.
Pool that was there, that
Correct.
was losing money
Correct.
every summer. So they 34,000. The council already did a budget adjustment.
To demolish.
They filled in the pool already.
Oh, it's already filled.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so they already did it. So now
They've
it's
already
all
done it. Yeah.
Yeah, what I was going to say about all that, because you're looking at 50,000 just to prepare it, right, for the dog park or whatever you're going to do there. It's kind of like y'all still undecided on the dog park, but the 20,000 is only for the dog park, right? That's not included in that 50. So for me, it's all like, yes, dog park, no, because that 50,000 can really be, like he said, about the maintenance facility or all the other stuff we always talked about, right? That we need money. That where are we going to get this money from to do a lot of the stuff that needs to be done? And it's kind of like that's $50,000 that really could have gone to maintenance and stuff that the police needs, the fire department needs. I mean, it might not seem like a lot, 50,000, but it's a dent into money that we don't have. You know, we're trying to get it from somewhere. So for a dog park, it's kind of like more, like you said, you got to poll the area, and it's going to be up to somebody to decide.
I mean, we can leave it vacant.
Yeah.
The pool needed to be filled in.
It had to be
I mean,
filled
it had
in.
to
It was
be.
leaking.
So
We're
you
going to
had-
use it, correct. Yeah.
Correct. So we didn't have the money to continue to maintain and use that pool facility anymore. So 34,000 was way less expensive than paying to maintain that pool for another summer because it was losing water, the pumps weren't working right. There was a lot of stuff going on with it, and so the council has already spent the 34,000. We have 20,000 that a developer gave us that we can only use for a dog park.
Correct.
That's the only reason I'm bringing it back. I'm not right now. The budget is very, very tight, and so quality of life items aren't at the top of
Top of the list, exactly,
yeah.
exactly. And then y'all mentioned something about the parking situation, right? It was going to be what, 20,000 or 10,000 to stripe it, or what was the number?
20,000 to do Raymond Rodriguez Park for pickleball.
Okay, to stripe the pickleball. Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to talk to, and then Miss Chasen has got a correction she wants to make. And Mr. Abraham Diaz, I'll hear from you next, please. No. You're next, and then Mr. Diaz. No, but go ahead. And your name and where, Miss Garza?
Yeah.
And where do you generally live in Leon Valley? Walking, great. Ah.
And so my daughter's like, Mom, go talk.
Okay.
I like what Betty Hill is saying about asking the neighbors, because yes, I'm a little bit removed, but if I were in that neighborhood, I would highly want to be surveyed before you put a dog park near me.
Yeah, I don't think
And
it would
I love
hurt.
dogs.
Yeah.
And I actually want to consult my mom because she lives in North Carolina and she always brings her dog to a dog park.
Mhm.
But I do know that she faces fleas like crazy
Oh.
and all sorts of issues there. So it's kind of
tell
like
ya.
I'd want to
Mhm.
be consulted
Sure.
about
Okay.
it. And I really like the idea of chess or whoever broke that up. Something for
Mhm.
these kids that need
Mhm.
positive places to go
Mhm.
would be my ultimate. And I don't know, I'm not
Yeah.
against dog park.
Mhm.
I put it up to that neighborhood
Mhm.
as to what they want to do with it.
Well, I know if you go to Hemisphere Park downtown, they've got chess, they've got ping pong, they've got all sorts of amenities there.
always call our crew down
It's very nice. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Mr. Diaz, if you'll come forward and share your thoughts.
Mayor and Council,
Thank you.
Abraham
Yes.
Diaz, 601 Kingman Drive. Before I say anything, first of all, Councilor Martinez, Councilor Bradshaw, I know your times are coming up, and I want to thank you for the time that you all put here on the council. Thank you very much. Second, how about if we do nothing? Because I saw a figure up there of $96,000. Now I know 20,000 is whatever it is, but the other 70,000. I've got two police chiefs back there. I got a police chief and a fire chief back there. How about we ask them what they need? Okay, it's important that we put public safety first. We did a $100,000 survey of what we need, and we need so many fire people and so many police chiefs. And yet, I asked him just now, how many do we have? He says, we're still 6 on there. 6, okay? 6 people right now to serve the city of Leon Valley. There's a possibility that they may not come to your house. Why do I know that? Because they didn't come to my house, okay, when I needed 911 in an emergency. San Antonio Fire Department came to my house, and I live in Leon Valley. So what do we do nothing, just leave it bare, and put that money towards, as Mr. Blackmore said, we have a library issues, we need a public works facility, we're raising our rates of water because we can't do things of the pipes are old, we talked about that. Why don't we put money back there? Let's start looking at public service and what the public needs and give help to our police chief and our fire chief. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Miss Chasen, yes, what would you wanted a clarification. I know usually
I know. but
you only
thank you for
speak
allowing
once,
me to
but I
speak
know you
again.
said you've got a clarification.
I have spoken with the person in question for the $20,000, as has Ms. Heil, and she can confirm it. It was said that if the money was needed to pour a big cement slab or whatever over at Public Works for what you're doing now to house temporarily the dogs that we pick up, he would be very happy as long as it went towards the animal in Leon Valley.
Oh.
He would be very happy, and you can call him right now, and he would tell you the same thing. So it does not have to be earmarked.
It doesn't matter. The contract clearly states dog park. We would
He
have
said he would amend
We
and
would
do
ha- we
whatever
would-
necessary where the money goes.
Right. So we would have to bring the contract back for 2 reads to reallocate those funds. We've already expended the funds for kennels. We have kennels there already, and we have the slab there already. And so you could build more kennels with that money if you wanted to. I wouldn't recommend that we do that.
Or shade structures.
And so their kennels, I don't know what kind of shade structures for. I mean, we could talk to the developer, and if he wants to change the use of the $20,000, we would bring back the contract to be able to do that. But the contract as it currently stands clearly states dog park.
Right, and that's what I wanted to make sure that you understood, that he was of the mind that as long as it went towards helping the dogs that are dumped here, that are wild, that we pick up, as long as it was going towards them, to the animals in Leon Valley, he was fine. He was fine with it.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clear
We'll
that
get that
up.
clarified. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so Mr. Roscoe, we're recommending that we just put it on for the
they have
retreat?
some very valid
yes,
points.
and then we could talk about
They
it
have
then.
some very valid points, and I was going with the dog park only because the $20,000 there, but it doesn't have to happen. I'd like to debate some of the comments that we've had tonight. I've written them all down, and I'd like to discuss it during the retreat.
Okay. And what about a survey of the neighbors? That's brought up. I know.
But why don't we discuss where we're going to go first?
Okay.
Yeah,
You wanna wait?
before we
All
go ahead
right.
and spend money on that.
Okay.
Because like Counselor Betty had a good idea. I remember going to Hardburger Dog Park, and even though they clean up the poop, our dog came back with her paws all full because the urine that's on there that does not get picked up. So there's some valid points, and I'd like to discuss it further before we make a
That sounds good.
determination.
All right. Is that the consensus of the council? All right. Very good. Then we'll move then. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for all of the input, and we will definitely written it down, and we'll take that into consideration when we meet at the end of the month. All right. Then it's 7:05, and we are moving to announcements. I wanted to thank the Leon Valley elementary staff, teachers, and students for inviting me and the police and the fire department and the EMS to their annual Fiesta Parade the Thursday, I guess last Thursday. And we were joined. I'm always amazed at what this elementary school does. They had the John Marshall drum corps and the cheerleaders and the I don't what do you call it, the dance team and everything. And but anyway, we had a really good time, and I just wanted to thank them, and I wanted to thank the police, fire, and EMS that were there. The kids love to see our police and fire and EMS in action. We had our election last Saturday, and we had over 650 citizens cast their votes over early voting and election day and mail-in ballots. And tonight we canvassed the votes, and on May the 20th of this month, District Court Judge Rosie Alvarado will swear in the newly elected counselors in place 1, Ms. Bolton, place 3, Mr. Campos, and place 5, Ms. Mersch. And on 5/20/2025, we will begin the meeting at 6 p.m., and we will also honor our outgoing counselors, Mr. Martinez and Mr. Bradshaw, for their service. Thank you. Did y'all know that today is Teacher Appreciation Day? I got it on my phone. I don't know if you did too. But anyway, a big shout out to all the teachers who educate our children. Last but not least, wishing all the mothers in Leon Valley and all of our staff a very happy Mother's Day on Sunday, May the 11th. So, is there anyone else that would like anything? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Looking at the agendas, it looks like the copy with the mayor was presented wrong. The original, it looks like, I looked at it today, it looks like they changed or updated the website on the way the listings are. But the way it was before, it listed it as a regular city council meeting. And then even now, if you open up the packet, it calls for a regular city council meeting for the last Saturday. And I just wondered if that's why we had such light attendance, where normally we have a lot more attendance at the copy with the mayor.
It's a regular council meeting. Anytime a quorum of council is going to be present, it's listed as a city council meeting.
Special, but not a regular.
And so, but I don't know if that's why you had a low attendance or not.
I think there was a lot going on that day because, Fiesta and elections and, yeah.
It was a pretty day, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Yes,
We're also
Mr.
going to wait till
Orozco.
the 20th to do this, but I want to congratulate all the seniors at Marshall High School. They're getting ready to graduate, and I'll get some more numbers for you as how many are going to graduate from each area in Marshall. But it looks like the kids are getting ready to graduate, and congratulations. And also congratulations to Yvonne's grandson in Corpus Christi that he made the second round of the baseball playoffs. So
Wonderful.
they're playing San Juan and Corpus. Hopefully, we'll continue coming to San Antonio to play.
Well, great. I know you're proud of him. Thank you. All right. Great. All right. So then we move then to the city manager's report. Dr. Caldera.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've sent y'all each the draft retreat agenda, and so if you don't have any other items, the cutoff date to submit your items to me is the 14th. I will not be accepting new items after the 14th. So if you take a look at the draft agenda and your item is not on there, please send that to me. It takes the staff a lot of time to prep those items and binders for you. So I've given y'all to the 14th to submit your items. So please take a look at the draft agenda and provide me any feedback if you would. And we add everybody's item, no matter what it is. You don't need a second or anything like that. Just send it in. And then lastly, I want to congratulate our city secretary. She received the TMCA Municipal Clerk's Office Achievement of Excellence Award. And so we congratulate her, and it's equivalent to like the Library Excellence Award. And so when she gets her plaque, we'll do a proclamation here at the city council meeting in June sometime.
Okay, very good.
And that concludes my city manager's report, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. All right, moving then to the consent agenda, items 6.1 through 6.5. Is there anyone on the council that would like to remove an item for discussion? Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
I would like to pull 6.3, the water rates.
6.3, okay.
To point 6.4.
6.4, okay. All right. May I have a motion then to approve 6.1, 6.2, and 6.5?
I'll do one of my last motions to approve it.
Okay.
I move that we move consent agenda 6.1, 2, and 5.
All right. And so we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve consent agenda item 6.1, 2, and 5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving back then to agenda item 6.3, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Appendix A fee schedule, Article A 11.000 water and sewer rates, Section A 11.001, subsection A, subsection C, subsection D, and subsection Q to increase water and sewer rates and revise tier structures. Our first read was on April 15th, and Mr. Bradshaw, do you have any specifics that you would like? We've gone through it, but is there anything you'd like to?
Yeah, I actually am going to pass something around for my colleagues to take a look at.
Okay.
But my concern obviously was with, the fairness of Leon Valley water rates versus SAWS, and it's been said we can't compare the two. Even the gentleman that came here last time to present the rates says it's really hard to compare. Well, it's really hard if you don't try. But if you go to saws.com or .org, whatever it is, and look at their website, it has a calculator, and you can plug in the gallons of water that you use, and you could plug in your winter average that you have, and it will spit out, this is what your estimated water bill is. And so I did that I checked it against a citizen's SAWS bill, and it came to within $2, the estimate versus his actual bill, his actual usage. So it was pretty spot on. And so I took my last year's worth of bills and plugged in the numbers, my bill versus SAWS. And if I were on SAWS, I would be paying $252 less per year. It's 26%. My bill for the year was $1,219. And I took two other residents' water bills. I asked them for their bills, and one of them was $253 less, and the other one was $262 less. So, and theirs was 37% higher and 32% higher. So my point is, if you want to just look at those, they're kind of all the same, so you could just take a look and pass it. We're already paying 27 to 37% or 26 to 37% higher rates on Leon Valley water, and only for Leon Valley water residents. Now we want to raise it another 4% this year and another 5% next year, and then continue on. It just doesn't. it's just not fair to me, not right that this is, we say, well, our water needs it. Well, quit stealing from the water fund. That's my message. We've plundered the water fund to pay salaries, to pay for other things, when it should be the water fund was for the water infrastructure, the water usage, water plans, and not for all these other things. And it seems like at some point, city manager, whoever, council came along and said, hey, there's all this extra money here, we could use it for this and this, and we could divide it up. And that's what I think happened in a nutshell. And I just don't think it's right that the people on Leon Valley Water are paying more than the people on Saws Water. It's just not equal and not fair. And then the other thing is, I didn't know how many people, what was the count of the city that's on Leon Valley Water? Like, is it 60-40? 60%?
2/3 are on Leon Valley, 1/3 is on Saws.
Okay. So yeah, 2/3 of the people, 1/3 on Saws. And so I think that there's other things to be considered. There's new developments coming in that aren't going to need all this infrastructure. That's going to be more revenue, more water bills coming in that can help pay for some of this infrastructure that we need to work on in the future. But I think just raising the rates is not the answer. So that's my spiel.
I had a question. Melinda, the purpose of raising the rates was to fix our pipes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're 50 years old, so how would we
Quit
fix
stealing
it?
from the water fund.
I guess I don't understand that.
When it was set up 50 years ago, however long it was, the money coming in was for water infrastructure for all these things. If you go look at our budget, 50% goes to the city attorney. I don't know if it's still exactly 50%. But
So remember,
No,
this
we-
past
we-
year, we
we
did that.
did
We
that.
moved
We took it
everybody
all
where
back.
they needed to be into general fund as far as salaries goes.
tried to.
No, we moved everybody over. There is no more moving of the salaries over. We did everything per the recommendation. I went through that with y'all, sat through that with y'all. Y'all agreed on the percentages. We gave the
Okay,
rationale.
but you say that, but there's still percentage. What I'm saying is there's still money coming out from that are being
But they
paid out of
have
water
to
bill.
be. They have to be. You have to pay a CEO.
They have to be because we need the money.
No,
I just agree with you.
I mean, so you have your 4 people in your water crew that are paid out of there. Your utility billing clerk that's paid out of there. The receptionist answers all the phone calls that come in. Our receptionist here, so small portion of her salary, like 10%, comes out of there because she answers the water calls. All the bills are paid at the front counter. So the cashiers, a portion of their salary is paid out of there. We went through all of those percentages with you. Now, in the past, absolutely, it was heavy on the water side. I can't help that. I'm living with a budget that was created not by me.
I understand that. I'm not blaming you.
Right, but your problem that's happening now, the infrastructure's bad now. The
Right.
infrastructure's
So
so
this is my point is, this happened in the past. I'm not trying to blame you, Dr. Caldera, but we did rob from the fund to pay all these salaries and all these things. Yes, we fix it now, but what's gone is gone.
Right.
The money could have been there. It
Right,
could have
it's
been
not.
building, but we took it and it's gone now, right? So we
So then
can't get
how
it
do
back.
I fix it?
So how do we get it back? So that's
How do you get it
know,
back?
Well, there's new buildings coming in. There's new.
But
things
you don't have enough. We've already did the estimations on the new property that's coming in. The motion was to evaluate it after all the properties were here, to evaluate it in 2 years.
In 2 years, yeah.
Now, I mean, if you've got another solution, I'm open to it.
I think the city opens themselves up for 2/3 of the city, the residents that are on Leon Valley Water, to get together a class action lawsuit against the city of Leon Valley for plundering the water supply to pay for other things that aren't related to the water supply. And I think they might have a very strong case against the city. So that's
that's the thing. I mean, there's things that have happened in the past and how money was spent out of the enterprise fund. That's fine. The problem is you do have sewer pipes that are leaking into the groundwater. You have pipes that are rusted out. There's a city this past week that had 6 hours of water left because they didn't care for their infrastructure, and they were calling us, asking us if we had supplies to be able to help them out. So I don't want us to be calling other cities, asking other cities to bail us out because we don't have the correct infrastructure. So we have to come up with a plan. I'm telling you right now, our property values went down this year. So The amount of ad valorem tax that has come in is $200,000 less than last year at the same property tax rate. So there's not money over there to move money back into the water fund to be able to cover the repairs that are needed. You can do nothing and handle it like you handled the water well, is wait for it to go out and then we go for a C of O. You can certainly do that and just wait and just wait.
Well, the problem with that, though, is you have to have the money to pay the C of O back. And that's the problem that we have, is we don't have the money to pay the C of O back. We could go out right now for certificates of obligation. The money that we have that we can spend is about $1 million. And so it just depends on how much you want to spend right now. What I had said in my first presentation is this goal was to borrow $10 million. You could certainly cut that back. You could say, let's not borrow 10, let's borrow 5. But you need to get above $2 million to make any kind of a difference in correcting all these pipe deficiencies. And so that's where that came from. Right now you budget $500,000 in water capital and $500,000 in sewer capital. So obviously there's that money there to do something. So maybe it's a case of y'all just get together and figure out how much do you really want to borrow, what really is our payback cost going to be over the next 30 years, you know. That's an option.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Heil.
Mr. Bradshaw is correct. When I was out block walking, it was, what do you mean you're raising the water rates? People were upset. And they said, everything's going up. Why do we have to pay more in water? And then he's right. Their neighbors are on saws. And they're saying, but they're not paying as much as I am. And so we have a lot of frustrated residents out there.
I feel for the residents, I really do, and this is probably really bad timing, especially right now. SAWS has a lot more customers and a lot more newer infrastructure. They've got bad infrastructure as well, but they can spread that cost out, and they have been borrowing money over the years to do it. The only thing we borrowed money on was to put in 2 new wells, and so that system has been sitting there and getting older and older and older. So now we're at a crisis point. We've shown you busted sewer pipes. The raw sewage is going in the ground. We have to do something about it. And so if you wanted to make it less of a burden on the citizens right now, lower the amount that you want to borrow. Figure out which ones are your priorities now. We've listed out priorities 1 through 8 in water, priorities 1 through 8 in sewer. Take 2 or 3 of those projects. It's going to be slower, and you're probably going to have more emergency breaks. And it costs a lot more money to fix an emergency break than it does to have a planned infrastructure replacement. But at least it wouldn't be so hard on the Leon Valley Water customers. That's an option.
Yes, Mr. Martinez.
You know, a few years ago when this came up, I think even before the water well, we had to borrow the money on the water well, I recommended that we start putting maybe 5% or 2% every year towards a fund to build up for this kind of use, and I was shot down pretty heavily.
Okay.
And so again, I just need to know what y'all would like to do. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're going to borrow money, borrow the money. And it's not like we're not going to go for grants. If I get any grant funds, like we went out for a grant with the Texas Water Board, and so we would of course put that money back, just like with the water rights. As soon as we get the money that comes in, we said we were going to repay the general fund for that. And so again, it's just a matter of how you want to handle it. Those projects, we gave them to y'all. The reason we landed on $10 million for those projects is we thought we could make a significant impact and handle those projects.
Our priorities.
The priority,
because
yeah.
Really, you have $34 million. You don't want to do them all at once, obviously, but those aren't getting any better. This is just our priority list.
Right.
And Governor Greg Abbott this year has made water a priority on his legislation, and he said, we're going to try and fix the water woes in Texas. Before, when you went out to get a grant from the Texas Water Development Board, they would not allow you to borrow the money for maintenance items. They wanted you to find new water sources or new developments for your system, but they weren't going to pay for maintenance. I think the new laws that are coming out, that are being proposed, are going to allow us to borrow that money for maintenance items, and that's what we need. So we definitely are going to absolutely grab whatever grant we can.
Right, exactly. Yes, sir.
So if we increase these rates and we go out and get grants and say we win some grants, are we going to reduce the rates after that?
Well, my
The answer, I'll tell you, as a rhetorical question. Nobody's going to reduce the water rates. They don't go down. They're going to stay up, and they'll say, oh, we can buy more things because we have $30 million worth of projects, so we'll continue to
But the
do
motion
that.
was we would look at it in 2 years because of the new development that's coming on board, right? Isn't that what the motion was?
That was
last
what the
time?
motion was,
Yeah.
but the one that I wanted was the one where it showed on your bill, this is the money going for your capital infrastructure plan. And it had a separate fee for that. And it was based on the tiers. And that way you could see it. It was transparent. Everybody knew that that money was going for that project only.
Right.
And then once that project's over, you can take that fee away. Now, granted, Mr. Bradshaw has a good point. Half the time people don't reduce their rates. We're going to get rid of the water supply fee as soon as we've got enough water for our future development. And that's a separate line item on the bill. You can do the same thing with this capital improvements on both water and sewer. Make it a separate
That sounds
line
like a
item.
better plan to me.
But we did that one, and you said it doesn't match SAWS. We don't like that it doesn't match SAWS. We want the bills
We
to
can-
match
we
SAWS.
can
It
have
was the tiers
match.
that didn't match.
Yeah,
And
we can
so-
match the tiers, and we can have them reshuffle that around again. But that was my suggestion, was make it transparent on the bill so that they could see that that's what that was going for.
Okay. Okay, so we need to vote on, this is the second read, so what's the pleasure of the council on this agenda item?
Well, I guess nobody can speak up. I guess I'm going to make a motion. We approve this item, amending the Leon Valley Court of Ordinances water fee schedule as presented,
Okay.
with the stipulation that it will be revised or relooked at in 2 years. Within
That
2
was-
years, if we get better, we may decide, hey, we don't need it anymore.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve consent agenda item 6.3 as presented with relooking at the rates in 2 years. Any further discussion?
I do.
Yes.
I'm getting ready to retire, and the last thing that I need is another higher bill to pay since I'm not going to be making as much money. But that here, I'm not here. But some very valid points that Mr. Bradshaw had made, and unfortunately, we're at that crossroads where actually we have our hands tied. Nobody wants the raise. And tell me again, when's the last time we raised the 2017?
We raised the rates over a 3-year period of time, starting in 2016. So it was 2016, 17, and 18. But that was specifically to pay back the bond for the well, or certificate of obligation.
I hate to get caught and having to repair a water tower and not having to do anything. I believe that Bradshaw is right. The money should not go to all the other entities that we have here in the city, but strictly for water purposes. So, and that's, unfortunately, I think that I have no other choice but to go ahead and go with this.
Okay. All right.
And just for the record,
Something
I want
else.
to see who on the council are on Leon Valley Water. You're on SAWS?
I'm on Valley Water.
Everybody's on Leon Valley Water. Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, and so we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilor Orozco?
Yes.
Councilor Bradshaw?
No.
Mayor, that is a tie.
It's a tie, and I'm going to vote yes, only because of, I don't like to raise rates. We don't, but I just don't. I know the condition of our water. We've been talking it for a year and a half now, and anyway, so. But what I like this council is that we're going to look at it in 2 years to readjust it if.
Yes, and that's the only reason I voted
That's right.
for it.
Exactly. I
because
think
we're
that's
gonna reuse-
important.
I may not be here in 2 years,
Mhm.
but I know
Exactly.
that you guys will be, and that's the only reason I went for it.
Okay, thank you. Same here. All right. So that does pass 3-2.
You're at 6-4 now, Mayor.
Yes. Did you want to talk about the water? I'm sorry. Sure. Uh-huh.
Are you on Leon Valley Water?
I'm on SAWS. I'm on Saws Water. Anyone else? Yes. Miss Chasen.
Tina Chasen. I just wanted to know, what about Philip? He worked for SAWS, retired from SAWS. Is he on SAWS? Or
I
is
don't
he
know.
on Leon Valley?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, no, I know.
He's on Saws. Okay, I have no idea. I don't know who's on what. I thought he was on Leon Valley Water, but
It's on Saws.
anyway. Okay, very good. Let's move then to, we had another consent agenda item that Mr. Martinez wanted to pull. That's 6.4, discussion and possible action of an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment for the fiscal year 2025 from the Economic and Community Development Reserve Fund in the amount of $8,500 for the purpose of increasing the police forfeiture fund to provide funding for the capital acquisition of a vehicle. And that was that for economic development, correct?
Yes.
General, yes.
Yes. So all you're doing is moving general fund, economic development funds to the police forfeiture fund to purchase a vehicle from the police forfeiture fund because the vehicle was purchased out of the forfeiture fund and we can't spend money or anything from the forfeiture that was purchased out of the forfeiture fund
And
for
this
any
is
other use for police.
This is for animal control.
This is for animal control.
Right. Okay. I knew there was something to do with police. Okay. Mr. Martinez, what is your specific question or concern?
Okay. My specific concern is when we passed the ordinance for the Economic Development Committee, I believe that reading the ordinance that established the Economic Development and Community Development Advisory Committee, we are violating the ordinance by not having the committee. Our ordinance says that we should have a committee that reviews everything.
You're looking at the wrong ordinance, sir. We have amended that ordinance, and I sent y'all the revised ordinance.
Because I pulled this off today from the
You're
website.
looking at I'm seeing what you're looking at. It's the 2022 version. Y'all amended them as almost an ad hoc, and they would only review projects dedicated to the council.
Okay, well, I still think that this is the wrong method to fund. I agree that, yes, buying this truck from ourselves is the right thing, but where the money comes from is wrong, using community development or economic development monies for that. I view this as could, and I'm not going to accuse anybody of doing this, but it starts a precedence of, there's $950,000 in the economic development money war chest, and I think, okay, this is $8,000. We'll just, the next pet project that comes about, oh, hey, we got money for this instead of using it for economic development. We're going to just start using it as a slush fund, and that's why I'm against this. I'm against funding the money for the fire or moving the truck, but the money should not come from the economic development reserve fund. That is my objection.
Okay. This is the second read, so
And I would like to make a motion. We deny this and let the staff find another avenue to come up with the $8,500.
okay. And that's a motion?
That's my motion.
Okay. And is there a second? Okay. It dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion? Yes,
I would like to make a motion that we
Bradshaw.
approve 6.4.
All right. And a second? All right. We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve 6.4 as presented. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
I'll just say that, it kind of depends on what your definition is of economic development, and I believe, the animal control is part of the community development and keeping
Well,
the places
it's also
clean.
for code enforcement,
And
too.
code enforcement, yeah,
It's
it's
going to-
part
they
of
do
keeping
both
our
jobs.
city
Businesses.
beautiful and under control. So
If
that's
it
I
was
see
for
as
a whole truck, a brand new $40,000 truck, we could probably split it between two funds, but because it's only $8,500,
$8,500, it's not worth it.
And I sent y'all the ballot language. I sent you the ordinance, the new ordinance for EDC. I emailed that to y'all, as well as the other information in regards to how those funds can be utilized. And I emailed that to y'all last week sometime. So the ordinance you have is the old ordinance. The new one for the EDC was adopted in 23, and I did email that to y'all.
Okay. Thank you. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 3 ayes and 1 nay. Thank you, Mr. Salinas. Do appreciate your... All right, moving then to the regular agenda, 7:35. 7.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action to consider approval of an appeal from a Leon Valley water customer to reduce the amount of the February-March 2025 water bill at 5309 Cilantro Place. And we have Melinda Morse, our Public Works Director, this evening here to present. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So this is to consider an appeal by one of our customers to reduce the amount of the water surcharge and/or allow payment plan for the remaining water bill for the February-March 2025 billing cycle. In August of this past year, the council enacted a drought management water surcharge. Basically, it says it's assessed on all accounts for water used or assumed to be used. It remains in effect for a minimum of 1 complete billing month and remains in effect if we're still in stage 3. We're still in stage 3.
Belinda, your mic is off. Your mic is off.
The surcharge is $10.37 per 1,000 gallons for water usage at over 20,000 gallons. But it also gives the customer a chance for an appeal, and here's your appeal procedures. So what really happened is that we got a call from a neighbor that said, my backyard is flooded, completely flooded. And so we sent the water crew over there, and they checked everything out. They could not find a break, a leak, nothing. And so we were like, well, go check your outside faucets or, check. But so didn't hear anything. The next day, the neighbor on the other side of this residence called and said, my backyard is totally flooded. And so the water crew went back out there again and asked the resident, do you have a broken pipe or what's going on? And the resident said, no, we don't have anything broken. We're fine. Well, come to find out, they had the kids out in the backyard playing on spring break. The kids left the water faucet in the backyard open and came back in, and nobody caught it. And so the gallon usage was 31,000 gallons of water. And she is requesting some help trying to pay this bill. So her average use is about 8,400 gallons per month. Her average monthly bill is 105. You can see that the February, March, and there was a little slip over to the next month too, because it was right in that time period of reading meters. It was 146,000 gallons. So her total bill is $2,880, including the surcharge of $1,306.
I'd hate to see it with the new rates.
So what we're proposing, you got kids. You got 5 kids. They're running all over the place. They're doing things that you can't always keep an eye on, is that we waive the surcharge fee and then put the remaining balance on a payment plan. We normally only put people on a payment plan for a period of 3 to 6 months, and they pay that along with their regular bill. But in this case, I don't know how I wouldn't be able to pay that over a 3-month period of time. And so their bill would be, with the past and the new, would be average around $234 a month. And the resident is here if you'd like to talk to them.
Okay. And yes, ma'am. Please come forward and state your name, and then what would you like to say to the council?
My name is Destiny Parks.
Destiny Park?
Yes.
Okay.
I was unaware of the water running that long, so I was trying to see if I can get help with either getting dismissed or a payment plan to help me out, because I'm a single mom of 6 kids, so that would be hard to get that payment paid like that.
Right. Okay. What about the proposal that Ms. Mortz has presented the council, a 12-month plan?
Yes, that would work.
Would that work?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. And, when this happens and we lose water like that, so does the city pay for that then, the extra water? So we would absorb that. Okay, I just wanted to know how that works.
The surcharge is new.
Okay,
she's
right.
Basically, with this payment plan, she's paying the water that went through the meter.
Right.
So that's paid
Okay.
for. This additional surcharge was to encourage people to not waste water.
Okay.
So we're not really
Okay, we're not
losing
really
it.
losing. Okay, that's what I needed to understand. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Just so I could understand so the recommendation is waive the full surcharge
Mhm.
and do the
Right.
payment plan, is that
Right. Mhm.
Okay.
I think that's reasonable. And Ms. Park, you said that that was reasonable for you as well? Okay, great, very good. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Now, when my wife normally waters, and when she's watering the lawn, I can hear the water running in the house. So couldn't you hear the water running?
No, my backyard is closest to my kitchen, and I never heard it running. It was running through the grass, so you wouldn't have heard it running.
Because I could hear it you could tell water's running through the pipes at my house.
Depends on the age of the home, the way it was built.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Gamboa, you had something to say. We had a citizen that had a question or comment.
Maria Gamboa, Forest Meadow.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a water break, and it was in the front of my house. If I hadn't been out there, I would have never seen it. My bill was $2,000. The first time, my husband took the bill and gave it to somebody here, and I think they lost it. They didn't answer us. So then we called again. And I think you have somebody in charge, right, that takes care of the water. They contacted us, and they've kind of taken care of some of it, and we're going to have to pay the rest of it. It's about $900 we're going to have to pay. But I had that water break. But I found it. Since I found it, we called in somebody to come get it, to come fix it. And then they gave us the bill. When they gave us the bill, then that's when we put it in. We
Gave
brought
it to
in
the city.
Somebody here that didn't do anything with it. But then later on, this gentleman called us, and they fixed it. So it was $2,000. That's how fast it runs. But we got
A
it
water,
fixed,
so a water break
That's
is different than leaving your water running. There's a different ordinance that regulates
Yes,
that.
we do have a process in place to, forgive when you have a water leak, a break. This doesn't qualify for that. So that's why
Right.
we recommend the surcharge dismissal.
Okay, very good. So what's the pleasure of the council? You can vote on this evening.
I would like to make a motion that we approve this waiver.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve 7.1 adjustment to Ms. Parks' bill, waiving the surcharge and setting up a monthly plan for 12 months. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry 4 ayes and no nays. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Park. Really appreciate you being here. Agenda item 7.2, presentation, discussion, and public hearing of an ordinance on a non-specified use request to revise Chapter 15 zoning, Article 15.02 zoning ordinance, Division 2 rules of construction and definitions, and Division 6 permitted use table to establish the definition and use quote, bail bond facility, unquote, as being allowed in the B2 retail zoning district with a specific use permit, SUP, and in the B3 commercial and I1 industrial zoning districts by right. And this is our first read by council, so we will not have it vote tonight, a discussion and a presentation. And we have our planning and zoning director, Susana Huerta, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening,
We're
Mayor
glad
and
you're here.
Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the question before Council today is, should the city approve an ordinance amending Chapter 15 zoning, Article 15.02, Division 2 definitions and Division 6 table of permitted uses to include a definition and the use bail bond facility with a specific use permit and by right in certain zoning districts? The options are to approve the proposed amendments to Chapter 15 zoning, Division 2 rules of construction and definitions, and Division 6 table of permitted uses to include this use, which is a bail bond facility, to deny the proposed amendments or to recommend a different option. The zoning code has a process by which applicants may propose new uses, such as this one, to be included in the zoning code. The use of a bail bond facility is currently not included in the permitted use table, and the applicant is proposing for the use to be included in the table as being allowed in the B2 retail zoning district. Staff is recommending with a specific use permit, and in the B3 commercial and I1 industrial zoning districts without an SUP, so by right. We will also need to revise Chapter 15, Article 15.02, Division 2, Rules of Construction and Definitions to include a definition of the use. The proposed definition for a bail bond facility is a business that provides bail services, essentially acting as a surety. The business posts a bond with the courts guaranteeing a defendant will appear for all scheduled court dates. In exchange for this guarantee, the company charges a fee. The business must provide proof of current license by the state of Texas. Bail bond companies and their agents are licensed and regulated by the state insurance departments via the Occupation Code as Title 10. Occupations related to law enforcement and security, Chapter 1704, regulation of bail bond sureties. This type of use is typically located in an enclosed business office or a standalone building with no outside storage, and they follow regular business hours with walk-in customers. Most customer inquiries and transactions take place over the phone, and staff is on call to take calls 24 hours a day. This is a section of the code that gives applicants the ability to apply for uses that are not listed in the zoning ordinance or the permitted use table. And it lists the process, including the hearing. The proposed amendment, this is how it would amend, how we are recommending that it could amend the permitted use table. It shows a bail bond company would not be allowed in an O1 or a B1. Staff is proposing that it would require a specific use permit in a B2 and be allowed by right in a B3 and I1 district. These changes may encourage these types of business to relocate to Leon Valley, which has the potential of increasing ad valorem and or sales taxes, and that's just by bringing more people into the area.
Mm-hmm.
This use is currently not listed in the permitted use table, and staff is recommending that the use of a bail bond facility be defined and that zoning districts be assigned to provide applicants with the necessary process and requirements for approval. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval in a vote of 5-1. And staff is available for any questions, and the applicant is also here.
Okay,
Would
all
like
right.
an
And
opportunity.
Thank you. And is it Mr. Castaneda from Laredo? Hello, how are you?
Doing
All
good.
right. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you for having me.
And so do you have a particular place that you want to in Leon Valley? Is it B2 or
No, it's a B2, right? Yeah, it's
Oh, it's
on
a B2?
5700 Warsbach.
Oh.
It's right behind Bill Miller's. It's a shopping center there. They have a restaurant, a barber shop.
Next to Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, over
a
there.
barber shop, and where I rented, there used to be an insurance place. So the reason why I got it there was because you had asked me right now
Yes,
earlier,
I
why
had.
didn't you get anything downtown?
Right.
And honestly, the truth is that it's very crowded in that area, and the rents are very high in that area. So I was looking around, and right here on the exit of 410 and Bandero, right where you hit the line of Leon Valley and San Antonio, there's a bail bond company right there. It's AAA Garcia Bail Bonds, and they're next to a barber shop. They're next to insurance, and it's the same thing. So I was looking around, and I found this place, and that's why I'm here to apply for the permit. See if y'all could give me the blessing so I could operate.
Yeah. You know, my concern, as I shared with you, I don't like the 24/7, 365. I mean, it's just, I think that's too intense for our city.
Yeah, the last time we talked, they told me about the 24 hours. where I'm from, Laredo, my office, I don't have it open 24 hours. Especially, I'm not gonna allow any of my female secretaries working at night. So we usually close at a certain hour. If you guys give me a time, then I'll follow that. But usually we don't open on 24 hours. The office itself, we take calls. We get calls for bonds and all that over the phone. And then we have to post a bond. We go directly to the jail to turn in the bond.
Had you looked at a B3 or a industrial here in Leon Valley?
No, I haven't, ma'am. No.
I just think that might be a better location for a bail bonds, personally. But anyway, what would you say, Mr. Orozco?
The one person that voted against, what were their concerns? I try to go back to the planning and zoning meeting. What were the concerns? Why did they vote no?
He's here. The person that voted no is here.
Oh.
You want to speak?
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Diaz,
you
come
share
on
that
up.
with us?
Yeah. Share your concerns, because, yeah.
Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman. My concern was sales tax. We want business coming in. I'm looking for, being on the zoning and changing zoning, I'm looking for businesses that are going to come in and provide sales tax. Not just any business. One of the things that we talked about at that meeting was him being located next to a restaurant. They can go eat at the restaurant while they wait. Okay. Yeah, maybe yes, maybe no. So I wanted to be able to allow business to come in and provide a sales tax to the city. There was a lot of discussion, about we want businesses. Well, yes, we do. But in my opinion, if you're asking for a zoning change, it should be the right business that's going to benefit Leon Valley. So that's the reason why I voted no.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Okay.
And I have another question. One of the concerns that around where the jail is at on Comal Street, and you got Bill Bondsman up and down that street, and there's been disturbances that have happened there.
There's a real big problem with homeless there.
You're right, and that's what we were.
They need to take care of that.
Right. How can I put this gently?
That's why there's
how many times do you have families or get into each other's face for bonds or stuff or fighting there? We did see a couple of disagreements that we saw down the street there on Comal Street.
Can I ask you a question, sir? Was it the bail bond business or was it homeless?
It was the bail bonds business. Apparently, some family wanted to take somebody out of jail, and somebody else didn't want him to. And there was a conflict. How often does that happen?
Oh, it's very rare. I'm close to 20 years doing this bail bonds, and it's rare. And you could have like the girlfriend calling, taking out the guy, and then all of a sudden the husband, the wife calls. You have like a little conflict there, or whatever, right? But it's a rare thing that something happens like that.
And Mr. Diaz. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Mr. Diaz had a good point. How much sales tax does this provide for the city usually?
None.
If people coming in and out, I don't know how much people are going to go and spend at the restaurant, to be honest. But the only thing that I could tell you, and I'm going to be straightforward, I've been doing this close to 20 years. If you give me the blessing to be here, if you check my background, where I'm from Laredo, I give back to the community a lot. I do turkey giveaways. I help out the neighborhood where I'm from. I'm from West Laredo, Cantarranas, and we always do things for the schools. Tomorrow, I'm going to be at Martin High School, and we're going to do teacher appreciation. We're going to feed all the 260 teachers and custodians that work there. That's what I do every year.
Okay, so help me understand this, and excuse my ignorance on this, but the bonds that you said, people that put money there to put somebody out, there's no sales tax on that? We don't benefit on that?
No, sir. That's we do taxes with the IRS, things like that.
Okay. Thank you.
And B2 is a prime sales tax generating zone,
Business,
I think.
yes.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if you'd looked at the other zoning districts, which I think it may be more compatible. That's just the way I'm looking at it, but I don't know about y'all. Do you have any questions or comments? But anyway.
We don't vote on this tonight, right?
No, we
It-
don't.
okay.
We don't.
Uh,
But we do
yeah, 'cause
have
I'd
a
like to
public
research it
hearing. We
further.
do have a public hearing, so let me open up the public hearing. Thank you for reminding me that. All right, so I'm going to open up the public hearing at 7:54. And Mr. Castaneda, we're going to get some input from the people
Okay.
that are here.
You good with me?
Yes, if you'll
Thank you so
just
much.
have a seat now, and I'll see if anybody does want to weigh in on this issue. If you do, please come forward and state your name and where you generally reside, and what do you think the council should, how should the council weigh in on this particular zoning issue? Yes, Mr. Blackmore.
Richard Blackmore, Leon Valley. I suggest you deny it. I need to go downtown where the courthouse is at, the jail's at. We don't need them here. That's my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, Ms. Hill.
Kathy Hill at 6326 Mary Jameson. I do have concerns about B2 retail being set aside for a business that is not a sales tax generating business.
Right. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one else that would like to speak, I will close the public hearing at 7:55, and we'll put it on the agenda, I think, for the next meeting,
The
May
regular
20th
agenda for
regular
further
meeting.
discussion, or do you want to put it? Do y'all have a direction y'all want to go in?
We have two of the.
I'd like
I mean,
to-
I think we're missing.
Since
we're
I
missing.
won't be here, I think,
Be a regular.
especially with the two new people, that it should be open for discussion.
I think so too.
Okay.
So, what do y'all-
So we'll
okay,
put it on the regular
regular
agenda?
agenda. Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Moving then to 7.3. Discussion and possible action on a request for a variance to the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 13, Tree Preservation, Article 13.02, Tree Preservation Ordinance, Division 3, Requirements and Restrictions, Section 13.02.074, Preservation Requirements, Section 13.02.075, Removal, Replacement, or Relocation of Medium and Large Trees, Section 13.02.076, Replacement trees required, penalties, subsection A and subsection B, section 13.02.80, heritage tree removal prohibited, penalties, to allow the removal of 3 heritage and 1 large tree, and to pay a reduced fee in lieu of from $10,600 to $1,500 in tree mitigation fees, located at 5305 Wurzbach Road, Lot 22, Block 4, CB 9904, Rolling Wood Ridge, Wurzbach, on approximately 1.43 acre of vacant land. And our Planning and Zoning Director, Susana Huerta, is back to present this item. Thank you, and we appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
The question before council is, should council grant a tree mitigation variance to allow the removal of 3 heritage and 1 large trees, and allow it to pay a reduced fee in lieu from $10,600 to $1,500 in tree mitigation fees, located at 5305 Wurzbach Road, Lot 22, Block 4, CB 9904, Rolling Ridge, Wurzbach subdivision, on approximately 1.43 acres of land. The options before you are to grant the variance, to deny the variance, or to consider a different option. At council's discretion, tree removal will accommodate orderly development of the area and the planting of native trees. The applicant is requesting approval of a variance to remove 3 heritage trees and 1 large tree at 5305 Wurzbach. If approved, $10,000 in tree mitigation fees would be due to the city. They are requesting a reduction for variance of $9,100 and pay $1,500 for fee in lieu. Applicant will be constructing a new building, and trees are in the building site, in the proposed building site. The tree mitigation plan proposes to maintain 70% of the existing 356 caliper inches of trees. This shows the tree inventory. There's multiple oak trees, some mesquite trees, a hackberry, a couple of hackberry trees. This is their tree survey, and they have in red X's the trees they are proposing to remove.
Those are the heritage trees?
Those are all of the trees they were asking to take out.
Okay, all of the trees. Okay.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, just the ones that are marked. So you saw the
Yeah.
long list of trees, though
Right.
they're leaving all of them. They're only asking to remove these with that.
Okay.
Yes. This is their proposed site layout. Here's the new proposed building. And they also put in green X's where the existing trees are. And so 2 are in the footprint of the new building. 1 is in the middle of the proposed parking lot expansion. And and this other one is also at the edge of the parking lot, of the proposed parking lot. Code requires that for each medium tree removed, 1 tree of 6 inches or more in diameter be planted, and for each large tree, 1 tree of 8 inches or more in diameter shall be planted. The code prohibits the removal of heritage trees. That's why they're coming for a variance to remove those. Up to 25% of required trees may be mitigated rather than preserved, unless insufficient land area exists to plant the required total caliper with the replacement trees. Then cash in lieu amount may be increased up to 50% of the required replacement tree amount. As stated earlier, the applicant is keeping 70% of the trees on the site. This just goes over variances, what the code says that council may consider when granting variances to this article. As far as fiscal impact, tree mitigation fees in the amount of $1,500 would be paid into the tree mitigation fund. This fund is restricted to supporting additional tree planting at approved sites in Leon Valley. Granting this variance will facilitate the development of the lot, which will increase the city's property tax base. Staff recommends approval, as this is an L-shaped lot, which creates difficulty in development. But it is at the discretion of City Council. And I'm available for any questions that you may have, and the applicant is also in the audience.
And so I did meet the applicant. I'm not sure who's going to speak, but if you come to the podium and state your name and what else would you like to add to the presentation for council consideration?
My name's Scott Milgram, owner of...
I'm sorry, Scott.
Scott Milgram.
Milgram?
Milgram,
okay.
Milgrom.
Thank you.
The owner of Image 360. I own the building that's next door to the lot. I've been a Leon Valley business I've been in that location for almost 11 years now. Been in San Antonio, Leon Valley area for over 20 years. It's a local business. Mm-hmm. We're in need of expansion. I was fortunate enough to purchase that lot a few years ago. The issue I have is there's trees right in the middle of where we need to develop. We've looked at other options, trying to figure out what else we could do to keep the trees, and it's just not giving me the square footage that I need to be able to grow my business. The idea is to be able to move my business into the larger facility and then rent out the existing building that I'm in now, which will bring more business to Leon Valley as well. So.
Okay, very good.
I brought a sketch of the building that didn't get put in with the the PowerPoint.
Yeah. So what, you don't know what kind of business you'd rent it to for, okay.
I would rent out my existing building, which, if you're familiar with the area, it's a 5,000 square feet, fully air-conditioned space with a bay. So I have a feeling it would be a very desirable space for someone once I move out of it. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I guess I'll start the discussion on the tree. We're always faced with this question because in our ordinance it says we shall not cut down heritage trees, and but we always do, and then we always, ask the for a mitigation fee. And just over the last year, I think we've clear cut 3 areas now. And we are Tree City USA, and I understand development and appreciate your business. I appreciate you being here. And I think, you've been a good neighbor, and I'm not saying not to do it, but I'm just think $1,500 is a little on the low side, and I'd like my council to consider maybe something a little bit higher that will be going back to the tree mitigation, because I know they are for economic development and for bringing in new businesses, and so we have to balance it. And anyway, that's where I stand. It's just I just hate to see those trees are very, very valuable, and we had a neighborhood next to you, the ridge, and they clear cut the ridge 20 years ago, and the trees are just now getting to be mature. It just takes so long for them to come back. But I do appreciate you trying to save 70 of them, so thank you for that. It's just taking out those heritage trees is...
I try to do my best to
I know
try
you
to
did.
keep what I can.
I know
sure.
you did. I know you did. So anyway, that's just where I'm coming from. Anyway, so Mr. Orozco, did you have something to add?
Yes, ma'am. Can we go back to the monies that they're requesting for the variance? Go back one more for
10,600.
There's 10,000.
600.
10,600 is
okay, and you're asking for a reprieve of 9,000, which means that you get the lion's share of the money. We have other developers that have been in Leon Valley, and we have given them a reprieve, but they're still paid about $70,000, $80,000 and or up to $60,000, $70,000 for Seneca. I'm a tree hugger, and you can see my tree in Pavona. It's the best beautiful tree in Pavona. Sorry, I sound like the president. I am a tree hugger, but I understand that development needs to go in. The only problem that I see here is that you want the lion's share of the mitigation fee instead of saying, hey, you know what? Give us a break. We'll take half. But what you're doing that you want to take everything and just pay $1,500. I'm okay with what you have to do to make the development work. As the mayor mentioned, we're into make sure we develop and try to get business here. I'm just not okay with the $1,500 only. I'm okay with giving you a reprieve, but I would say $7,000 or $8,000, or $7,000 would be fair and equitable for that. And even that, you still win because you're not paying $3,000. So, but now let's see what my colleagues have to say about that.
Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, thank you for coming. What the building you've showed us that you propose to build there? How many businesses do you foresee coming in there into that?
potentially I'm hoping for myself and one other.
Okay,
to
so
be
like
able to-
2 other
two
businesses.
businesses in that proposed building.
And then the other building would be a different
Correct. And then
business.
I would rent out the existing building that's there now.
So I would argue that the businesses coming in, the sales tax that those would generate would offset, tree mitigation fees and funds for the city. And I know, I know the intent when the tree ordinance was to kind of prevent the clear cutting like what happened at the Ridge, but it seems like all it's done is stifle growth of Leon Valley for 20 years. So I'm in favor of approving this variance for this gentleman.
Okay. How about over here? Mr. Martinez.
I'm agreeable with Councilor Roscoe that he was saying $7,000 or $8,000, and I'm happy just to call it $7,500 and be done with it.
Okay. Ms. Heil.
I agree.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to make a motion.
Wait, so you're saying that you're gonna charge them $7,500? $7,500 and instead of $10,000. So you talked about the lion's share and taking the money, but now you're taking the lion's share and only giving them $3,000 break.
Can I adjust my proposal and come back to you with? So I looked into a tree service to have the trees removed. It's going to cost me about $10,000 to have the trees removed and have the lot just to have those 4 trees cleaned up and cleared. So that's why I asked for the reduction in that fee. But I understand where you're coming from, and obviously,
And even if I go, Councilor Bradshaw, down to 6,000, they're still making $4,600 on it.
You're not,
without
the
having to
money's
pay-
not coming from somebody.
Well, I understand that, but
They're paying the money. They're paying this money.
They're leaving
what
$4,600
if
in
I
their
split
pocket.
that fee with you? If it's 10,600, what if I pay the 5,000 or 5,100, and we split that fee? I'd be willing.
Yeah, it's not money coming from the mitigation fund to them. It's money they have to pay.
I'm
so
paying
it's
into
a
the
fee
fund.
that they're paying.
I totally understand. Okay, tell you what, I'll go ahead and make a motion, and I'll meet you halfway. And I'd like to make a motion to approve.
It would be 5,300 to split it.
Fee, and bring the mitigation fee to $5,300.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Heil to approve 7.3 as presented, but adjust the mitigation fee to 50/50, 5,300 between the applicant and the city. Any further discussion?
All right.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all being here. Moving then to agenda item 7.4, a presentation and discussion of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.09, Parks and Recreation, Section 1.09.034, Additional Prohibited Uses and Activities, to add a subsection I. Is that an I or is that? Yes, an I. Special event, excuse me. I had to put my glasses on. And this is our first read on this particular ordinance, amending of the ordinance. And we have Melinda back to present. Thank you and welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
You bet.
So this got brought up because we're having more and more of this too. People that want to hold large events in the park. But when they get told that they need to go to the Park Commission first for a recommendation and then come back to the City Council for final approval, they try and skate that. And so this latest skate caused our police chief to have to send in extra forces because they were parking along Cherry Leaf and Peachtree and everywhere else because this was a huge event. They skated it by saying this was going to be a family picnic. They rented the large pavilion, but then they also rented the soccer field at a different time, and then they rented another venue at another time. So it didn't look like it was all one event. And so at the request of the police chief, I'm here to try and change the ordinance so that we can maybe not get them when they do circumvent it, but we can certainly charge them for the services we provided after the event is over. And that's the purpose of this ordinance.
Was that the event where they actually had Mayor Nuremberg as well?
Yes.
Yes, because I think somebody sent me some pictures, and I'm like, what?
Well, we've had other ones too,
Yeah.
where they'll go ahead and put out a flyer to their either their congregants or to their group or whatever. They'll put the flyer out with the date and the time and everything before they've even come to rent the park.
Oh my gosh!
And so then it gets advertised to all over the world, and then we look like the bad guy because I have to tell them, no, you have to go and get the permission first, and their event's 2 weeks away, and it just doesn't work. And so that's what this was all about. Police had to use all their resources to provide security because that was the other thing. They didn't hire real security. They put T-shirts on guys to go walk around.
Oh, okay.
So this is the amendment. A special event is defined as a group of persons or an organization with or without vendors that rent any single or combination of pavilions, athletic fields, or tennis basketball courts that may have a significant impact on park resources. And that's the verbiage that the police chief requested that I put into this ordinance. And the police chief's here, I think.
Okay, Chief, did you want to add something to the discussion? Okay.
Now, we did not put in, we didn't change Appendix A, the fee schedule, but you could have a special fee event fee. So we're suggesting $500. It would recover the cost of staff time, but you could also set it up to say the event fee is $500 plus whatever security he has to provide. So it's up to the council.
I think.
My apologies. So under the ordinance itself, if you go back a slide, it clearly says a completed application. And what that is it would give us the number of attendees. So then we know how many people are going to be in attendance, and then the chief can calculate the amount of security needed for the event. So if you take a look, it says such special event shall require completed application. So as part of that application, it would require them to tell us, how many people are attending, the type of event, that kind of stuff. And then as far as the fee goes, it would be $500 fee, and then the cost of security would be on the onus of the person holding the event, and it would be required licensed peace officer that would have to, but it could be, depending on how large the event is, it could be 2 peace officers or 5 peace officers, depending on how large they said.
We would require them to go out and get those peace officers in
Correct.
to the event.
Or they can use ours, but they would have to pay whatever that cost
Okay.
is.
All right. Sounds good. All right. So this is a first read. So is everyone okay with the
Yeah, I'm okay.
500
When you
and
say
the-
they can use ours, ours that are not working at the time, right?
Correct.
So,
the chief can work that out or scheduling. More often than not, we're short already, so
Okay.
it would be, you would need to find your own security. But if we did have them available, or they were off duty, some of them already work for security companies already as side jobs, then they could certainly work that event if they were off.
Okay, very good. Yes,
So
Mr. Bradshaw.
My concern with it is that it's kind of vague, the wording, the significant impact. Like, what does that really mean? You could call that what you want if it's a significant impact.
The Park Commission and the City Council. So it doesn't stop with us. We just get the application. Y'all determine what the significant impact will be. So like,
So they apply and they say it's a special event.
and they say it's like what happened there. It ended up
Add
being
that
okay.
if they're going to have alcohol and then they require security, that's what San
Right.
Antonio does at their parks, right?
Right.
If it's having alcohol at an event, then they require security to be
Right.
there.
Or if it was, say, they anticipated 2,000 people to be there, that's a significant impact because I'm dealing with parking along the neighborhoods. We're dealing with people, but we had to tow one vehicle that
And is
day.
that
because
part of the reservation process? We ask how many people are going to
So
be
it will
in
be part of
attendance?
the application process, yes.
Yes, Chief.
So the discussion on how many participants are going to be there begins before the event. So I was first contacted about this one 4 days before the event. And it's going to be small get-together.
Right.
Family.
Right.
That's not what it was.
So how do you prevent that? Or can you prevent it?
That's
I
what
mean,
we're
but
we
yeah, I
are
know,
trying.
but they may not be forthcoming on their application. That's what I'm
But
saying.
with this ordinance, we'll be able to come back to you.
Okay,
and here's
gotcha.
your bill.
It's okay. So it's after the fact. Okay,
Right.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And it will also give us the ability to say you didn't follow the process and we're shutting you down. You need to end your event. So like what happened that Saturday is like we really don't. Yes, they're supposed to come to the Park Commission. They did find kind of a loophole, and so we were in this weird like, can we really shut them down? Not shut them down. We can shut them down.
Okay.
And ask them to leave. In that particular case, all of your resources were at the park that day. And so we had mutual aid responding to your calls here in Leon Valley. And that shouldn't be happening.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
So what's to stop 3 people from one person renting the big pavilion, one renting the soccer fields, and one renting a small pavilion?
Nothing. But there's nothing we can do about somebody trying to skate the system. With this in place, what happens then is we'll get called to the park. We will see this significant event, and then we can hand them a bill and say, you did not follow the procedures. Here's your fine. Here's what you need to pay. Here's the damages.
Good.
Before, we didn't have this in there, and it's not on our park rental contract. And so, yeah, I can't prevent people from lying.
And who are you going to give the bill to? Who are you going to give the bill to?
The person who's on the rental contract.
So you'd have 3 people on the rental contract.
We would, whoever's on the rental contract, this language is going to be in the rental contract. And so if they break that contract, they'll be liable for the fees. I can't prevent them from doing it, but it certainly gives us a mechanism to hit them with that cost after that.
Okay, so is it just going to be a fine of $500 or plus let's say plus
Security.
$2,000 for security, or?
Yes, sir. Whatever it costs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Maria, did you have something? Would you come to the podium? Just come to the podium, please, since we're recording. Thank you. And what would you like to say, Maria?
In that case, would they be banned for future? That's what I want to ask.
Oh.
We have a list. The only problem is when you have congregations like that, they just find another member of their congregation to rent it out the next time. That's what happened in this particular case.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you, Melinda, for your presentation. So my question to the council, do you want to put in the consent agenda for the May 20th?
I'd like to recommend that we put it on the agenda.
I recommend we not, because
Yeah,
the
you have
two
new
new
council.
council members.
Okay.
I would say keep everything out.
Okay, so we'll say no. All right, very good. Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Yeah.
Can I just ask, this
Yes.
is just for those that are applying, registering for a special event. What about those that come out on Nextdoor, meet me at the park because I'm going to have a story time or a soccer game or a soccer...
So that's where it comes into significant impact. So like we do have people that rent out the soccer fields, and they do have a lot of attendees. They rent out for softball games. That's not a significant, that's what it's intended to do. It's rented for that. It's clearly on the park application. You're renting it for softball, you're renting it for soccer. If they rent the small pavilion, there's a homeschool group that meets out there. I know the post that you're talking about as far as like story time in the park. If it's not a significant impact, there's 10 kids. There's always 10 kids in the park.
No, I think I'm just concerned more about the high school, college-age kids that the party becomes a party.
Right. So once the police get called, it will be the determination of the police to determine whether or not there's a significant impact onto the park and to the residents. And normally it's when it starts impeding on traffic or the members that are attending for the use of the park. So if it's bothering the walkers, if it's bothering the soccer game, if it's bothering the kids at the playground, if there's a whole prom party in the park situation and police get called, that would be considered a significant impact. It would still cover this, yes.
Okay.
In
Thank
addition
you.
to that, too, the park ordinance already states you cannot rent the whole park. It's already in there. You cannot block a path. You can't keep people from doing the other activities. So this is just one more secure way to stop what's going on.
Okay. All right, very good. All right, so my understanding then is that we will put it on as a presentation and a vote on the May 20th City Council agenda. Okay, thank you. Moving then to Agenda 7.5, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the 2025 revisions to the City of Leon Valley Personnel Policy Manual. And we have Lisa Hernandez, our Human Resources Director, here this evening to present. Good evening, Lisa, and welcome.
Mayor, Council. I'm going to try to be brief. The last time the city,
Remember that.
the staff came to the City Council on revisions was in January of 2020, so it's been 5 years. So we have made a few changes and revisions to our personnel policy manual, just to pretty much as a guideline and educate our current employees and then the future ones to come. The significant changes in Article 3 are our employee rights, particular with voting. So if employees use their personal time, they can use their personal time to go out there to vote, or they could use their personal time to contribute or participate in political activities, so long as it's not being done while they're at work. Article 4, Employees Code of Conduct. Employees are prohibited from outside employment, working outside employment while they are on FMLA, unless it is approved by the city manager. Employees are to conduct themselves professionally and interact professionally amongst others, wherever it may be. We also included a definition and of workplace and drug paraphernalia. Addition to our alcohol and drug policy, we added language for the legal use of prescription drugs and the employee's ability to perform their job safely while on that legal use of prescription drugs. The major significant change is going to be to the Employees Code of Conduct is in regards to our electronic communications and systems use. So we are now prohibiting the use or possibly prohibit the use of city electronic devices for any kind of personal use for any employee, restricting access to secured systems to protect our data, prohibiting employees to disseminate the access of unauthorized persons.
Makes sense.
Access.
Yeah,
yes,
sorry,
system.
it's worded wrong, but
Yeah.
dissemination of access to unauthorized persons.
Yeah. Requiring the request to add or remove software, hardware, applications, and accessories through the IT department. Reporting any missing or lost devices to the HR department. Use of personal devices for city business is subject to Texas Public Information Act, requiring all employees to report their cybersecurity alerts to the IT department, and require cybersecurity training to be part of new hire orientation, as well as to be conducted annually.
So does that mean that the employees can't have a personal phone?
No, they can. They just, so what happens now,
Honor system. They can't use it while
no,
they're
they
working.
can use their personal
Oh, they
phone.
can? Okay.
Yeah. All this is you can't be on our system on your personal phone. So you can't use your personal phone,
All right.
log into our Wi-Fi. We've always allowed staff during breaks and lunch or, during downtime or whatever to use their computer at their desk. To get on Facebook and to do, that will no
okay.
longer be allowed.
Oh, that will no longer. Okay.
So
that's-
they can't use any city equipment for personal use. These are recommendations that came from TML and as part of cybersecurity. So they can't get on like Facebook, social media. We already have firewalls that protect us from TikTok. That's a state legislative requirement. But anytime that they have two 15-minute breaks and an hour lunch, if they ate at their desk, they could get on our system and shop or do whatever they wanted on their downtime. Well, because of security issues, if you want to do that, you have your personal phone, you can certainly do that.
Okay.
You can get on the guest Wi-Fi, but you couldn't get on the protected Wi-Fi and use our stuff.
Okay.
And that's just recommendations that came from, protecting
Thanks
our
for that
cybersecurity.
clarification. I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate it.
And so should employees use a personal phone to conduct business, that does also open them up to Texas Public.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Article 5, which is a probationary period, so we're adding language in there for rehires and reinstatement to include that rehires and reinstatement employees will be on a probationary period and will have conditions of their seniority and benefits. These restrictions or probationary period may be voided or lifted by the city manager. In addition to the probationary period, the will include for transfer, demotion, or promotions of existing employees. So if an employee was promoted to a new position, that person will be on a new probationary period to ensure that they're capable of doing that job.
And the probationary period is still 1 year?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, because it used to be 6 months. I think that's when we changed it in
Changed it to
2020 to
1
1 year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Adding language that the city manager is to hold so we have another clause in there that if an employee transfers to another position, we could hold their current position vacant, and then the city manager could hold it vacant up to 30 days to give that person, that time to adjust themselves into that position, or say, it may not work out and move them back to their position.
Okay.
Rather than saying we filled your position.
Okay.
And then the next one is termination by dismissal, adding that language that voluntary termination also includes job abandonment. So if an employee is gone for 3 days, they voluntarily have quit.
Okay.
Article 6, wage and salary administration. So we have, in addition to our work schedules, this is just to clarify the city's compensation of 30-minute period, which is an employee can split their 30-minute breaks into 2 15-minute breaks if they wish to, because the city does pay for that 30-minute breaks. They could take a morning break and an afternoon break, or they could use it towards their lunch.
But an hour for lunch. Okay.
Work schedules also require directors to maintain a regular office hours. So every department should say if you're open from 8 to 5, it's going to be 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, or 7 to 6. It's going to stay the same. And then that has to be also approved by the city manager. Clothing allowance, to clarify that items eligible for reimbursement must be consistent with the department's established uniform as worn in public. This basically goes to like police officers or public work employees. So if they're wearing their police gear and they go by something you cannot see and they request for reimbursement, you can't see that in public, so most likely they're not going to get reimbursed for that. Changing uniform reimbursements in the policy now, it says that reimbursements will go to the purchasing agent. We do not have a purchasing agent, so it would go through accounts payable. And then employee benefits, Article 7, addition to the holiday pay, is to clarify that observed holidays on an employee's regular day off will not be banked or taken on another work day. So they just, if they're off on Friday and the holiday's on Friday, does nothing. Amending the leaves of absences, so due to the nature of their responsibilities for the fire personnel, the city manager has suggested that they could use major medical without first using personnel leave for their own illness, providing that they provide a doctor's note. And also defining a regular full-time employee as one who has completed their probationary period. The other significant changes to employee benefits is to allow employees who are on workers' compensation benefits to use their time accrued to supplement their pay. So that workers' comp usually pays 70%. This will allow them to use the other 30% with their personal leave or comp time.
And that's already allowed, it's been allowed. It just wasn't clear in our personnel manual, so I'm just making it clear, just in case I'm not here. But it's been that way forever. And the reason it's that way is you have deductions for employees, and the city was basically paying for employees' deductions when they were out on workers' comp, and it was hard to recoup those costs. So like when we were paying for, say they had deductions for child health care, when they were out on workers' comp, they're not receiving a paycheck, so we're not deducting for that child care coverage. And so before my time, the city has always allowed them to use their PTO to cover the other 30% of their workers, of what they don't get double pay. So they get 70% from TML, and we cover the 30% through their PTO. If they don't have PTO, then they don't. But most of them do, and they use that money to offset their deductions that they have, usually health insurance or.
And this is paid time off, and it accrues how many hours per?
Everybody's different based on how long you've been here.
Okay.
So a new
But the
employee is
average?
5.23 hours every pay period.
5.23 hours.
That's a new employee. I bank 8.30 hours every pay period.
Okay.
Anybody over 15
And
years.
that's two pay periods a month and sometimes three.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
But you also max out. You max out at double the amount you're allowed to accrue. So 5.23 times 26 pay periods times 2 would be their max amount.
Okay. All right. I know because Angela's administrator, she always has to take time off because she's maxed out, So I'm like, okay. I was just curious. Thank you.
So the addition to leave of absences also require that the department director and city manager for extended leave of absences by an employee of longer than 10 working days must be provided. In addition to the major medical leave provisions that requiring a return to work release is if using major medical leave. So if somebody does use major medical leave, for them to return back to work, they have to provide a certification from their physician that they're capable of fulfilling their job functions.
Okay.
And then we have on there on our paid leave accruals table estimated days of leave. Like Dr. Caldera said, everybody accrues differently.
Oh, okay.
Some people work 10-hour days, some people work 8-hour days, so it's really hard to determine how many days they actually will get a year, but it's easier to determine, okay, you're accruing 5.23 hours, you have 30 hours at the end of the month. rather than you have
Days.
days.
Yeah, I gotcha. All right. I was wondering about that. Thanks for that clarification. Yeah.
The next one is in regards to our employee benefits is the addition to the provisions to comply with USERRA in regards to military leave. Pretty much all we're doing is providing clarification that 15 work days is the number of regular hours an employee normally works their shift. So 15 work days. So some people work 8 hours, some people work 10, 12. So if they typically work an 8-hour shift, they're going to have 15 days of 8-hour shifts rather than 15 days of however many hours they decide.
So like firefighters work 24, so it's 24. You calculate it based on the number of hours that they work. So that's how USERRA is read.
And USERRA stands for?
Oh, God, you're going to...
Okay, that's all right. I didn't know. I had a question mark, like, what is that? But that's okay.
It's a federal law for military that protects military personnel.
Okay,
yes,
I got you. And do we have a lot of military?
I have about 4 or 5 on the books right now.
Oh, okay.
They're
All right.
they're reserve
Okay.
officers, and so we have to provide them with set number of hours.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And so with that military leave, we're also letting them know that military leave is not paid out if you were to terminate your services of employment with us, and it does not accrue a rollover from one year to the next. 15 work days is for the year. Addition to the leave for jury duty.
Mayor?
Yes. Who is
Yeah, the USERRA's the Uniform Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act.
Okay.
It's so that there's not discrimination against uniformed personnel.
All right. Thank you, Art. You came from heaven here. You know, I didn't know you were, but thank you. I appreciate that. And I know the council does too.
In addition to the jury duty leave, we will require employees to start submitting their summons to jury duty and attach it to their timesheets. As part of bereavement leave, we do have bereavement leave for regular full-time employees, but we do have 3 employees that are part-timers with the library that have pleaded to us before in regarding to them getting bereavement leave. So we'll talk about that here.
Okay.
And then, so recommendations, revisions to the affecting city's budget shall be approved by the city council. The only revisions to this personnel policy manual that would affect the city's budget is a bereavement leave to the part-timers. We have 3 part-timers, estimated about 19 hours, not to exceed 19 hours. For each of them, it will be $293.50.
Now you say per occurrence. Is that per?
So it just depends on how
Because
many family, mother, father.
Oh, okay.
grandparent, brother,
They just get
sister.
that flat rate.
Well, it's not the flat rate, it's their hourly rate. So
Their
they,
hourly rate.
It's an estimated, so they get
Okay.
paid an estimated amount. But that's what we're saying is it would cost your city budget by allowing part-timers to get bereavement leave roughly that amount.
Okay, so we're going to have that in the next year's budget?
No, we don't put
Oh, we don't.
bereavement leave in the
Okay,
budget.
you don't put it-
It's just, but there's dollars. I mean, they won't
Okay.
be here, so we cover them.
Okay.
But it's just like me. Like if I was going to take off, I get 5 days off. Doesn't come from PTO, doesn't come from anything. We get bereavement leave. Now, I don't use my 5 days. I think I used a day and a half. I think Angela used 2 out of her 5. I mean, so everybody's a little bit different.
So it's not
Okay.
in addition to.
It's not in
it's
addition.
Based on their current hours already worked.
Okay.
So,
You know, this is really complicated, especially if you're, well, I'm not. Okay, go ahead.
so we already budget for these 3 employees every
Uh-huh.
year, 19 hours estimated.
You do.
So if they are not here for those 19 hours, it's already budgeted. We
Okay, it is budgeted. Okay.
just allow them to take that time to grieve.
Okay. All right. Very good.
And then any other operational policy revisions to this personnel manual is approved by the city manager and provided to the city council for your final determination. Any approvals made to the personnel manual will be submitted to directors. The city manager will go over this with the directors at the next staff meeting if it is approved, and then from that point forward, we would disseminate that to all the rest of the employees.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any other? Yes.
So I just want to clarify. So we went through this. These are administrative changes for the majority of it. It's clarifying laws changed. We hadn't updated it. We've been following the law, so all of your sheriff staff we've been following already. We just needed to make those amendments into
Put
the
them in
personnel
writing.
manual. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Mr. Martinez had a question or comment.
Oh, back to the FMLA.
Right there.
Okay. Added FMLA to outside employment requiring approval to work a second job while on FMLA. Why would we allow somebody?
So you're
to work-
required by law. So FMLA allows you to continue to work depending on what your FMLA you're off for. So say you're off on FMLA for your own illness or injury and it's your arm and you can't pull a trigger, you're a police officer, you can't do the essential function of your job, but your secondary job is taking at-home calls at home, like you work from home as your secondary job. You can do your secondary job from home without it impacting your arm. So that's why it's at the approval of the city manager. But say somebody was off for the same arm, but they work a side job as construction. So, well, you can't do that. And so then therefore it wouldn't be allowed. So Under outside employment has to be approved. It's a second job. It's outside of Leon Valley employment. I cannot 100% restrict them from holding a second. I mean, it's legal. Can't keep them from holding a second job. The only thing I can prevent them from doing is if it is hurting their essential functions of the current job that they're working for.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any other questions or comments from the council? All right. We are able to take action this evening. And so what is the pleasure of the council on agenda item 7.5?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 7.5 as read.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve 7.5 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Do appreciate it. We move to our last agenda item, 7.6, discussion and possible action on a resolution and order of the City Council of Leon Valley, Texas, canvassing the returns and declaring the official results of the May 3rd, 2025 general election to elect 3 members of the City Council, place 1, 3, and 5, and any further resolutions and orders, if necessary, to call a runoff election in compliance with the Texas Elections Code. We have our City Secretary, Sandra Postole, here this evening to present. Good evening, Sandra, and welcome.
Well, this was a fast one. The election period was shortened with Fiesta events, and we had a new elections administrator, Miss Michelle Caruso, I think is how you pronounce it. So she was getting used to everything, so I didn't get the final report till just a couple hours ago. So the one that's in your packet is not the one that you normally see. This is the one that they had on their website until this afternoon. So would you like me to read the early vote, or would you like the final totals?
I think just, is that all right? Final totals?
Total.
Okay.
Okay. So for Council Place 1, we had Benny Martinez with a total vote of 227, and Danielle Bolton, 374. For Council Place 3 and 5, both were unopposed. Philip Campos received 461 votes, and Beth Mersch, 448. These records will be kept for 2 years as required. Do you have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry, and there were no mail-in ballots. She did confirm that. So
There were no mail-in. I got some.
I'm sorry, not mail-in, provisional.
Okay, I got mail-in ballots.
Those you
yeah.
don't have any out there.
Okay,
So
but
this
the mail-in ballots were included in these
Correct.
totals? Okay, because I did
Yes.
get some mail-in ballots.
Right. There were
Okay.
several.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
which is
sure
good.
were. Okay. So any other questions? So we need to approve this resolution as presented.
May I ask a question?
Yes, you sure may. Oh, yes, definitely. Ask a question and then we can approve
How
it.
many registered voters do we have in Leon Valley? What % voted?
Oh.
Y'all haven't asked me that in a long time. I
Yeah.
did not come prepared. I can definitely email you that information.
I've always estimated about 7,500
That's
registered
been about the
voters.
norm.
That's about the
It's
norm.
never
And so
8,000.
this is 600 and some odd, 602. So
Mm-hmm.
76,000 voted early. It was like 3% or something, and I don't know what it ended up
Mariah
being.
used to ask me that.
I did.
I've been here 12 years.
I
This is
know,
the
I
12th
know.
Well, it's been
Yeah.
a while.
Mhm.
And she used to ask me that. She stopped asking, so I didn't bring it up. But I'll email it to
Well,
you.
I'll usually figure it out.
And
so.
the final results will be attached to this resolution as well.
Okay, very good. All right. So we'll need a motion to approve the resolution for the canvassing of the election.
So I'll make a motion that we accept. This will be my last motion that I can make as a council member.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the resolution canvassing the returns of the election, May 3rd election. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Postole. Agenda item number 8, any requests from members of the City Council to add items to future agendas? Okay, seeing none. If there is no objection, we move to adjourn without objection at 8:43 on Tuesday, May the 6th. Y'all have a good evening. Thank you.
You can schedule messages
Oh.
to send later in the Messages app.
Oh, that's not like, all of a sudden it just went off on me. And it even was turned off. My gosh. Excuse me, 8:43 p.m. Excuse me.
Nobody lost a pair of reading glasses? They've been here for like a week. You know what?
Actually, I do.
You know what? Is this like Alan? Alan or Matt? I'm gonna leave them here. One more meeting. I think we had harassment training last week, and I think they just like Alan.
Castle down here for y'all. They'll probably join you all in the evening. Mr. Will?
You'll both be here next week.
Yeah, next week.
We get to sit in there for 10 minutes?
It'll start at 6, by the way.
Yeah, we start there for 10 minutes and then we...
Oh, did you say hi to him?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, thank you for showing. I didn't. I will never be without white light. You don't fall. And your body will I picked these up right in your tent. Howard Express. Well, I guess I noticed they had these old yeah. It's like AliExpress, they're fine. I also you buy directly from yeah. I get them delivered all the time. I get all my
I know, I tried it.
28 now.
Wow.
And it's just started.
If you're aware of it, that's why you
We're really
just
aware of
reminder. Yeah, you guys will have fun. Carry on with fun.
Things just come to an end.
Right?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
We're not saying goodbye, we're saying so long.
That's right.
There's lots of committees.
Oh,
Lots of
yeah.
vacancies.
That's what I want to jump
Lots
right
of
into.
vacancies.
Faster than I thought it would.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was, you mean the meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a lot longer, and so then we kind of, moved things along. So, and, yeah. Crystal just told me about the city, and it was because David Jordan this past weekend, because they did not keep up with their infrastructure. I mean, I'm not like, that's, also, we didn't pay for this. I don't want to, anyway. But,
Prices aren't going down.
no, and I'm just.
You can't put it in the ground and think it's gonna last for 100 years.
No.
You don't have very, oh,
I got it.
you got room?
Yeah, I got it.
Put your water bottle in there.
Well, I can.
Yours, somebody else's?
No, I'm gonna leave that. That's just junk mail. I didn't want, I'll leave that.
I'll put it in the recycle bin
Yes,
and I'll
if you
walk
don't
out.
mind. Thank you.